solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, this is, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. nous on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Obulende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. in I think 2016. Yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch. No particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And he formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, from normal, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, you know, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, you know, a bit challenging. But so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, you know, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, yeah, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, you know, with four artists, you know, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, you know, yeah, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, you know. So that's basically, yeah, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, you know, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you, of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists basically. That's, for me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. I would say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, you know. A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. You know, she just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, you know, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, you know, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, you know, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. There's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told. How neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. Did you get it? So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which was still working on, was still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, it's a plus. People who know me to be the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, Baba Oshinowa and Co, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, hardworking, diligent, focused, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have, I have a scar on my thumb right now. And oftentimes, yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block, for you to say, I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'ont planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Hello and welcome. Now, it's been more like 1 week, one trouble for the Labour Party as its leadership crisis continues to worsen. This time, it's more like fire for fire from both factions. So what happened? Well, the faction of the embattled national chairman of the party, Julius Abure, recently met and slammed an indefinite suspension on 6 prominent members of the party, including Abia State Governor Alex Oti, Senators Darlington Nwokocha and Ireti Kingibe, over alleged anti-party activities. Now, others suspended are House of Representative members Victor Afam Ogene, Amobi Oga, and Sheyi Shoumi. The party's National Executive Council said the decision followed the recommendations of a 5-man disciplinary committee set up on May 2nd, 2025 to probe allegations of anti-party conduct. It also addressed the omission of Nenadi Usman from the suspension list, stating that she is not a registered member of the Labour Party, but a supporter of its 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Take a lesson now to Abure.
The following members of the party have been suspended from the party and all its activities indefinitely and with immediate effect. Number 1, Dr. Alex Oti, 2, Senator Ireti Kingibe. 3, Senator Darlington Nwokocha. 4, Honorable Victor Afam Ogene. 5, Honorable Amobi Oga. 6, Honorable Sheyi Shoumi. By this suspension, these former members of the party will no longer act on behalf of the party. All concerned institutions, including the Nigerian Governors Forum, the National Assembly, INEC, and the security agencies, amongst others, are to take note.
Well, that's actually Obiora Ifo, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party now. That's the faction of the Labour Party loyal to Julius Abure. Now, in response to the action of that action now by the Abure faction, the other faction led by Nenadi Usman, which is, of course, the caretaker committee backed by the Abia State Governor Alex Oti, returned fire by announcing that it had opened an investigation on alleged corruption and forgery against Abure. In fact, they went ahead to announce the suspension of Abure as well. Now, Senator Ireti Kingibe was appointed to lead the investigation and recommend appropriate sanctions at the end of the process. The faction also accused Abure of impersonating as the chairman of the party, saying that he has since been removed by the Supreme Court. And in response to his suspension from the party by the Abure faction, Governor Oti has asked the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, to arrest Abure, accusing him of impersonation. In a statement by his media aide, Oti argued that Abure did not have the power to suspend him and 5 others from the party because he was no longer the LP's national chairperson. He also described Abure's action as, quote, an affront on democracy, end of quote. Well, it appears there's no end to this crisis in the Labour Party. Only God knows when this and how this will be resolved. Joining me now to discuss this further is a legal practitioner and political affairs analyst, Libros Oshoma. Also joining us is a political affairs analyst, Charles Ideho. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Libros, let me start with you because you are the lawyer here. Didn't that Supreme Court judgment remove Abure as the national chairman of the party?
It was to decline jurisdiction to that matter, saying that the parties should go and resolve their matter. The Supreme Court did not go into the meat or merit of the case. You remember at the Court of First Instance, the court gave judgment in favor of the Nenadi Usman-led faction.
Yes.
At the Court of Appeal reinstated Abure.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court lashed out at the Court of Appeal that the Court of Appeal does not even have jurisdiction at all. That the courts, the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal does not have jurisdiction to look into the matter, not to talk of even making an order. And that so, being a party matter, an internal affair of the party is at best, in the best place to resolve their crisis. So the court didn't make an order. So what?
But I thought the court also said Abure's tenure had expired.
I don't remember the court making that pronouncement because the court, if the court had said that the tenure had expired, that would mean the court, making a pronouncement on the matter. The court only said, I think it was the Court of First Instance that said the Abure's tenure had expired, and the Court of Appeal disagreed. But the Supreme Court disagreed with both the Court of First Instance and the Court of Appeal, holding that both courts lacked jurisdiction to hear the matter, being an internal affair of the party, that it was the party's prerogative to decide their internal affair. So what now happened was both parties started claiming victory. Because the appeal against the Court of Appeal judgment was against Abure, the moment the court declined jurisdiction, what the Nenadi Usman's faction, said was that that means the judgment that reinstated Abure had been nullified. And so to that extent, judgment, God had given them judgment. While Abure's faction had said, well, since the court had heard that parties should go back and resolve their issue. And the party had met, was it in Anambra, and Abure was re-elected, and so that should stay. So that's why both parties are holding on to victory, at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not make a definite pronouncement giving either of the party judgment. That was the same thing that happens with the seat of Ayaun in PDP. And so you saw what the PDP now did. The National Working Committee, subject to the neck of the party, had appointed a caretaker secretary.
Charles, why is it difficult to resolve this? Because as it is today, you have Julius Abure acting as he says he's the national chairman of the party. Ninadi Usman says she is the acting chairperson. She is actually leading a caretaker committee. And of course, questions have been raised as to whether those who actually set up that caretaker committee had the power to do so and all of that. But why do you think it's so difficult to resolve this? Why is it difficult for, these key actors to sit down at the table and iron this out?
Okay, first, we must look at all these cases in America. Number one, all parties have laws that govern them, all right? So when you have disputes, you resort to your laws, the laws you made for yourself, the laws made by yourself in order for you to self-govern yourself. So that's exactly where they are not referring to those laws. That's the way I see it. Number one, I have looked at all the political parties in Nigeria, and I look at the way they are organized, the way they organize themselves. But you see, you can't remove a national officer of any party without the National Working Committee meeting, either to ratify the person's position or to say the person had, maybe his tenure had expired. And if your tenure has expired, there has to be a national convention through which that you can now elect a new executive. That has not taken place in Labour. So it means that if the National Working Committee has not met and there's no national convention, Abure, by default, remains the national president.
Doesn't it matter that the chairman, the governor, Governor Alex Oti is on the other side, and Peter Obi is as well on the other side. Doesn't that give them that legitimacy to have taken the action they took?
No, it's not. It's not, because you'll be doing something or nothing. As I said, okay, the way parties are structured, you have the National Working Committee, you have the National Executive Committee, then you now have all of them replicated in all the respective states. So each organ has its laws, each organ has its power to dispense. When you want to come up with a new executive, there has to be a national convention. It's explicitly stated. There has to be a national convention through which you can choose all this. But if it has not happened, then you cannot say you are the leader. And one other thing that Abure was fighting, because in a manner of speaking, I can tell you that when Abure, there was a time he had problem with about whether he embezzled money, that he had the SPC problem and all that. When he was set free, I personally, they contacted me, and I remember I arranged a media briefing for him at Marriott Hotel. Sorry for mentioning brand, actually. And I remember all of them, all the cards were laid on the table. You understand? Now, there has not been a national convention organized where they can say, okay, Abure's tenure has expired. That's the case. Now, going to Oti and what's his name now? Peter Obi. I also blame Peter Obi. Why I blame him on two fronts. Number one, Peter Obi, I think what he did was that he forfeited the goodwill he enjoyed when he has this organic followership that was brought upon him by the obedient movement. What he has done was that it should have transitioned them into Labour Party membership. And that would have shored up the power that, of course, all of them were building Labour Party, number one. Number two, then what Abure was fighting was that there was a clandestine move, allegedly so, that they were all making all these things a regional body, regional party. If you look at all the names you'll be having there, all of them suspended, they're all Igbo. Abure said, no, this is a national party. You receive all your votes or everywhere. Now, because we had a governor from the southeast, does not make the party a southeast party. So let's remain where we are. Let us have this spread across Nigeria. Because if we continue to defer to OT, because it's the only party that the only governor that the party had been able to put in their kitty, then there will be a problem. What happened to ABGA? ABGA being a regional party, we also happen to Labour Party.
Governor Oti has called for, has asked the Inspector General of Police to arrest Abure for impersonation. Do you expect, do you see the Inspector General of Police acting on this?
It is not the business of the Inspector General of Police to dabble into a family matter of a Labour Party until it is decided whether Abure remains the national chairman of the party or not. It is not in the mouth of anybody to say, go and arrest him. It's like two people fighting, and then one says, police arrest him. The other one says, police arrest him. He's the thief. The other one says, no, he's the thief. Police are. So I think at best, I would have expected, after every election, every party that is what is sought set up what they call reconciliation committee. We have seen the PDP, do that consistently, despite the fact that their house is in tatters presently. Even APC has their own also. During Buhari, we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who then was the leader of the party. We saw him heading a reconciliation committee of the party. And even though at that time some of us felt that he also need reconciliation to the party, but they set up something to attempt to reconcile members. In the same vein, we also saw after this last election.
Yeah.
No, after the primaries. After the APC primaries.
Yes, after the APC primaries, that's true.
Yes, where we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
going round
all the members, Shibanjo and co, trying to reconcile, because party is about numbers. We've also seen PDP, despite the consistent backlash from Wike, we saw Atiku's attempt to reconcile, Wike with the party. So we have seen them consistently meet at the National Working Committee level. So one would have expected that Peter Obi, being the presidential candidate, of the party, who enjoys the goodwill of the party, who the party, gave ticket to, at the dying minute, Abure might have his nuances and shenanigans, because if you remember, there were a lot of accusations against Abure of selling tickets to the highest bidder. Even Olumide Akpata in the Edo State election at some point accused Abure of trying to, swat or scuttle his effort. Olumide practically said that the enemy within was worse than the enemy outside. So in all of this, Abure might have its problems, but as a party flag bearer, who also, except he doesn't want to use the party again, because now I don't even know whether Peter Obi is in Labour or is in SDP or is in PDP. One would have expected that he would be able to, bring everybody together, sit at the round table, and then, table all their grievances and, we didn't see all of this, back and forth, with the party. So I expect that they should have been more mature than this. But with the accusation, counter accusation against Abure also, high-handed and strong, believing that he labored for the party, he built it, he worked for Peter Obi, and that it is now, because in his word, let me use his word, it is now time to enjoy. Because he likes using that word. I will send you to Abuja to go and be enjoying, make your money. So that it is now time to enjoy, that he feels that they want to push him aside. So certainly he will fight back. And so if now We have not even seen the gain of the 2023 general election. The ruling party is already talking about 2027. One would have expected that for a candidate who was not the president, who had opposition from even within his party, to be able to win the election. Now that he's a president, you will need to work twice as hard as you worked earlier on to be able to defeat him. But having all of this kind of division within your party, when others are already consolidated, governors are decamping into APC, and then these are the same people you hope to, go into an election with. I do not think that if they continue like this, they will go into, they will even be able to fit candidates for election, because
we're not even sure they're going to run on that platform anyway.
It is because the local government election conducted by Lesotho, all his supporters for that local government election, he moved them to a different political party. So already the party is factionalized at that level. So what's the guarantee that, they will remain on that platform? So at this rate, it is only a ruling party that usually have this kind of faction because there is so much food to share. Not a party in opposition that came, a distant third in a national election. All right. Member even already decamping.
Okay. But let me come to you, Charles. But is it a wise decision to suspend your only governor from your party indefinitely? I mean, the only governor that they have, that's Alex Oti. They are suspending him indefinitely, no matter what. Should that have happened?
Well, there's a yes, there's a no. Okay, maybe let me start with the no. The no, it may seem to be. I mean, to me, it seems to be a foolhardy action, because you have made gains and you have just one out of 18 parties. I mean, that other ones, the SDP, they don't have any governor. It's only APC, PDP, and then Labour, and then NPP in Kano. So for me, to seem a foolhardy action to so do. But that's the no. The yes there is that the action may seem to be, as I said, foolhardy, but I think is geared towards reenacting or letting them know that party supremacy is above all. Because you are a governor, you are a minister, you can't be bigger than the party. Maybe that's the message you want to send to them. No matter how highly placed you are still subject to the supremacy of that party. So if you are a governor, as Governor Oti is in Abia State, and then they find you to be, whatever you are doing, to be culpable or to be maybe some other things that are improper to the general welfare and general health of the party, well, the party has to come straight with the stick, to wave the big stick. So I think that's the message that the Abril-led faction is trying to send to everybody. Look, the party supremacy is what is paramount. Whether you have won the election doesn't matter. If you are not, you don't subject yourself to the whims in quote whims and caprices of the party, then again, we have to weed you out. It's either you shape up or you ship out. So that's why I say it's a yes, and I hope I'll be able to answer the yes and the no.
Yes, I get your point. We're out of time now, but let me ask you this, Libros, very quickly, Libros. Just hold on. Let me ask you this very quickly, Libros. Do you think this crisis will be resolved the moment INEC recognizes one faction over the other?
I doubt. I very much doubt. But before I quickly answer your question, I agree with Charles. The question you will ask yourself, if Abure does not see the governor and the lawmakers as members of his party, suspending them is almost like seeing people who are not, members of your party, just waiting them up. Because if he believes that he's the alpha and omega of the party, and these people are not kowtowing to his whims and caprices, suspending them already means they were out. So it was just like taking a decision that has been a done deal. But I do not see this crisis being resolved because even if INEC recognizes one faction against the other, they are still going to go to court. But that is why, before INEC can even recognize any faction, there must be an attempt at calling for a NEC meeting or a congress of the party. And so, how do you call a congress of a party when it is obvious that almost all the state executive members are in one side, apart from a few. And that is why you still have, the National Working Committee of the party, the executive in one area, supporting Abure, and some persons also on one side as caretaker committee. So they are not saying that they are the executive, but they are caretakers. So it will be difficult for them to even call a congress of the party and elect, officials that INEC will recognize. So that's why I said I do not even see them having candidates in the election if they do not sit down to either agree to agree and agree to disagree.
Charles, what do you think?
Well, I also think, but I think Labour, thankfully all of us will use the computer. But there's a time you use computer, what they call the thing is hanging. I mean, it's lagging. So there are two options are left for you: is to allow it to finish lagging and then to come back, or you reboot. So I think Labour needs to reboot, because the way it is now, the system is hanging. They need to reboot so that they can breathe fresh. They can give it fresh breath. Because the way it is now, Labour cannot, with the way they can't go to 2027 election because it's factionalized. Labour is maybe is suffering what they call stroke, and there's no way to have strength to muster to go into the election. So what they need to do is to plan for election maybe 2031, because the way they are now, there's no way Labour can even win even a councillor seat anywhere in this country. So what they need to do is that they have to shut down the system, in a manner of speaking, reboot it, and begin to rebuild again for future elections. They should just forget 2027, because it's going to be a waste of time, waste of resources, and then they are also going to be disgraced in the election because they may not do well at all with the way it is now.
Well, it's a pity. What a way to waste the enormous goodwill they got from 2023 election. It's a huge pity. It's a huge pity. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. I appreciate it. Libros Oshoma, thanks a lot for your time. Charles Ideho, thanks a lot. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria is set to begin exporting locally manufactured military equipment before the end of 2025, marking a major step forward, I should say, in the country's push for self-reliance. The nation's defense minister, Mohammed Abubakar, made the announcement during the 2025 ministerial press briefing in Abuja, where he revealed that the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria is partnering with the Ajaokuta Steel Company to boost local arms production. The minister added that by December 20th now, the firms are expected to be in full production, paving the way for Nigeria's first ever military exports. According to the minister, the move is expected to enhance Nigeria's national security capabilities while generating foreign exchange through arms exports. Take a listen to some of what he said.
The President and Commander-in-Chief have signed the DICOM bill, which I believe you are all conversant with. As of today, 53 companies have an MOU with us. Most of them are at different stages of construction in their factories. I think about 10 of them have started production, including some light drones, MRAPs, PCs, and many other equipments, helmets, safety vests, and others. So 10 have started producing.
Now, the minister also addressed a wide range of national security issues, including the use of drones by terrorist groups, progress in ongoing counterinsurgency efforts, and intelligence on emerging extremist factions. Responding to concerns about reports that terrorists are deploying sophisticated weapons, Abubakar dismissed claims that insurgents possess more advanced technology firearms now than the Nigerian armed forces. Well, joining me to discuss this further is a former director at the Department of State Services, Mike Ejiofor, who joins us from Abuja. Thank you very much for coming on the show. How good a news is this that, you know, we plan to start exporting arms to other countries?
Well, I don't know whether it's good or bad news because we have a lot of security challenges. We're contending with sophisticated arms from bandits and terrorists with kidnappers. We've not been able to check our local challenges. Then we'll start talking of exportation of arms. I expected that the minister will now say that we will give more arms or sell more arms instead of importing. Sell more arms to our security agencies like the police, the army. We'll export for what? We will have a lot of problems on ground. It doesn't make sense to me.
Now, something else the minister said, especially, you know, he said something that actually caught my attention and quite worrying, confirming that terrorists now use drones, armed drones, to carry out operations in this country. How worrying is that?
Well, it's worrying, but if you look at the classes of drones, over commercial drones, you have the ones they use for all these cameras and to cover events, and you know, there are classes of drones. But maybe the one is talking of unarmed vehicles. I don't think they have access to that. They could use this thing to carry out surveillance in the area they want to operate, to know whether the military is there. But I don't think that's a major problem for us. We have our own capabilities in terms of drones, and we can go ahead and put them to effective use. The minister also in his brief did mention the issue of you know, having a lot of drones and others, or that I think a question was raised whether he has whether the people have this issue of arms. I don't think that is anything to worry about. The only difference is that these people, you know, they put their own without regards. But our security forces also use their own with standard operational procedures, while the bandits just use their own. I think that's the difference. It's not that they're better equipped than ourselves.
Do we have a situation at the moment where our military lack, say, enough arms now to prosecute the various security operations they are carrying out at the moment?
It's not that we are lacking arms. It's not that we are lacking sufficient arms, but it can never be enough. It will not. You will not compare this with that we are importing arms. I don't think we have sufficient arms in terms of what we are to use. So that's why I'm against exportation. We need to get self-sufficient first. It's like a proverb in my place: you don't carry an elephant on your head and be using leg to dig cricket. We have a lot of security challenges. Our police, the civil defense, you can see the type of arms they use. So we should get them properly equipped and deploy them into all these areas of problem before we start. What are we talking of exportation of arms when we don't have sufficient arms in our hands?
I get your point. Finally, let me ask you, I mean, there are concerns over some new terrorist groups that are springing up. And we've had Lakrawa, there's this other one that sprang up not quite long ago. How concerning is this?
Well, it's a concern, but I can tell you that the intelligence agency is that's the SSS is profiling them, and even before it came to public knowledge, the SSS have the knowledge of all what they are doing and profiling them, and they're working together with other security agencies to bring the activities to a halt before it develops to more serious problems like you have the issue of Boko Haram and other terrorist groups. Before they metamorphose into a bigger problem, I think we should be able to check them this time around.
And what would be your reaction to, I mean, you saw the way the minister reacted, when some lawmakers in the course of their debate in plenary at the National Assembly came out to say that terrorists were using more sophisticated weapons than our military and that they were better armed. Of course, the minister came out to debunk that is certainly not the case. What's your take on that debate?
Why it appears that they are more sophisticated, there's no way they can be more sophisticated in terms of arms than our security forces, who have an area view power over them. I'm not aware that any of them has a helicopter, or even talking of jets. So the arms they are using, what I can explain why people are apprehensive that they are more armed is that they don't use standard operational procedure. Unlike our military forces, they use standard operational, they have rules of engagement, but these people don't have. How do you explain that you just come to a community, open fire, kill the people, burn their houses? The military cannot do that. And if they do that, you see the international community talking of abuse of human rights. But now that they are the people burning houses, killing people, nobody's talking of human rights abuses. So that's the difference. I don't think they're better equipped or better armed than our security people.
And really would have been surprising that, a terrorist group would be more powerful in terms of equipment now than the army or the military of an entire country. But thank you very much, Mr. Ejiofor, for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, President Bola Tinubu has issued a ban on the importation of foreign goods by ministries, departments, and agencies on goods or services available in the country without a waiver from the Bureau of Public Procurement. The new policy, dubbed the Renewed Hope Nigeria First policy, aims at strengthening the domestic economy, promoting local content, and reducing Nigeria's dependence on imports. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who revealed this at the last Federal Executive Council meeting, says the policy targeted at prioritizing the use of local goods and services will create more jobs and help boost the economy if properly implemented by all tiers of government. Take a listen to him.
Proposal by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on what he calls the Renewed Hope Nigeria First policy, meaning that Nigeria is going to be at the center going forward of all business activities relating to this country. If there are any businesses to be done by anybody, the priority will be Nigerian first. If you have any local content, there is no reason for you to go outside this country to import. Now, this is in the form of an executive bill that will soon be issued by Mr. President. Already, Council has approved a set of those proposals, which I'm going to read to you, and the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation has been directed to prepare an executive order to be issued by Mr. President.
Now, the Nigeria First policy is built around optimizing local production, reducing the pressure on foreign exchange, and attracting investments that will strengthen the country's economic base. The minister further assured that Nigerian industries will now be prioritized in procurement decisions, and in cases where local suppliers fall short, contracts will be structured to build domestic capacity instead of depending on intermediaries who make profits at the expense of local manufacturers. Well, joining me now to discuss this further is economist and the CEO of Timeline Consult Limited, Shaibu Idris. He joins us from Lagos. Thank you very much for coming on the program. How important is this policy? What's your take on it?
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. Thank God today is Friday. Number one, I think in general, I will say it's a laudable thinking, laudable attempt, laudable steps in the right direction, trying to, to patronize made in Nigeria goods. When you look at it on a straight line basis. Is this the first time that Nigeria is having this policy? The answer is no. During the military dispensation as far back as 1976, 77, and post-Shehu Shagari era, Nigerian government under the military, gave directives that cars that are assembled in Nigeria are the only cars that were allowed to be bought by civil servants, either if they are taking loans or if the government is buying them as what we call the tools of trade, meaning for official assignment. Very few individuals or civil servants, for example, the then Mr. President or head of state was allowed, for example, to use a Mercedes-Benz other than a Peugeot or a Volkswagen made in Nigeria car, or Steyr, or the cars made from Leyland. So going back to what we used to have 30 years ago, 40 years ago, I think is a step in the right direction. However, the snag with the current policy is, you ask yourself, do we have a car assembly plant in Nigeria? The last time I checked is no. But we have car manufacturing companies like Innocent, and there are quite a number of them that are coming up. No, you are saying they are coming up. I'm saying I have not known of any assembly plant. The manufacturing plant in the eastern part of the country by the gentleman who makes the Innocent cars is a laudable initiative that must be supported at all cost. I give you an example. When the members of the National Assembly were bought Prado Jeep or Toyota Highlander as official cars, some of us did come out vociferously to say, why should we be taking money outside the country? Why should we be giving employment to Japanese instead of giving employment to Nigerians? When Mr. President decided to buy a brand new cascade bulletproof car, why did he buy, a Japanese car or a German-made car instead of a Nigerian car when he could have gotten it custom built by, Innocent? So the point I'm trying to make is when you limit the conversation to car assembly or cars as in tool of trade, you will say there are none or even there are few. However, you fast forward, what are the things that government buy today? Why are they being bought outside the country? Let's look at buildings. If you are compelled to buy cement in Nigeria, in any case, no one is allowed to import cement. The processes of getting a license to import cement, you will be worse off if you import the cement. So we have it in abundance so you can buy locally. But what are the other concomitant features of construction, sites? Metals, iron that you use, iron rod. Do we have a manufacturing plant in Nigeria that can produce iron rod? No, we don't have. You look at the basic foods, milk. Today, if you want to buy powdered milk, if you want to buy even tissue paper, you want to buy toothpick, tell me which factory you can go to buy toothpick or powdered milk or some of these items. Now, the fact that, a window for people to take advantage of the policy was open it makes also the policy a bit counterproductive. Instead of saying one needs to get a waiver from the Bureau of Public Procurement.
But let's not forget, this is for government agencies, ministries and departments.
I agree, but who is the largest buyer? Who is the largest buyer of these items? It's government. We will have 350 something members of the House of Representatives, another 109 members of the Senate, totaling 500 or thereabout, or 400 and something. That is 400 cars. Which organization? Is it MTN, Aradel, Shell, or Dangote that can buy 400 brand new Jeeps? Hell no, they won't be able to buy. It's not that they don't have the money, but they don't have the need. And if they have the need, they are efficiently run, managed organizations, so they wouldn't do that. So the point we are making is, of course, the policy was made to guide government. Even the government, not all governments.
Yes, I was going to ask you that does this apply to state governments? Because, look, this is obviously for federal government agencies.
Of course, no. It's not applicable to state or local government.
So don't you think state governments too should probably key into this and make their own pronouncements along this line?
Well, unfortunately, the hands of Mr. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaba, is tied, or they are tied, because he can only cajole and appeal to state governors to key into this policy. Because we are running this democracy, federalism, or the kind of state being independent of the center, when notwithstanding the fact that it is the center that feed the state and give them monies, but I give you money, but I don't have the right to take money. This amorphous kind of arrangement that we have is an issue. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu may have a valid and good policy, but the implementation can only be limited to the federal government agencies, ministries, and departments, as the case may be.
But let me ask you this: what impact do you expect this to have for local industries? I'm talking about local industries in the country.
Well, like I did say, in the short run, I don't see much of impact other than propaganda and noise, because most companies are closed down. The last count, in the last 18 months, not less than 5,000 companies, small, medium, and large enterprises have closed down. So who is producing, and what are they producing? Are we looking at producers of sugar? Or are we looking at producers of flour? Even them, they import bulk sugar, they import wheat to process. So what are we talking about import? You want to do even sandals. How many people are producing even sandals or shoes? If government were to be buying, say, school shoes, uniforms for students, where are the textile companies? So when you say go to Bureau for Public Procurement to get a waiver, it's a window of opportunity for quite a number of civil servants to mint and lace their pockets with illicit wealth arising from coming to require, one form of import waiver or another. So we are technically going back to import licensing days if care is not taken.
But then, as I said the other time, this is obviously for federal government agencies. I mean, it doesn't stop private citizens, for instance, from importing anyway, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't. What we are saying is, look, you need to dimension the Nigerian economy. who is the largest employer of labor in Nigeria today? It's the government. Who is the largest spender? It's the government. So yes, the policy is targeted at government. So when I do a policy that is targeting 60-70% of the economic, players, then I may as well make it for 100. So the 5-10% that are fringe players, they may buy as they wish. I don't have to oblige that, but I'm patriotic. I'm nationalistic. Quite a number of times you see me dressed in fabrics made in Nigeria because that is what I choose. This is by choice. And that is my patriotism, my way of showing that, yes, I believe in Nigeria and I'm a Nigerian and I so want to be a Nigerian that will see the country do better at any point in time.
So going forward with this policy, over the next year or two, we should expect that, all government procurements, especially that has to do with, especially cars, for instance. We shouldn't be seeing, new cars being bought by the government now, to be foreign cars. I mean, but then another question I have to ask you. If this policy was to be implemented very faithfully, it's a good policy, there's no doubt, just as you have said, would our local manufacturers be able to meet the demand that might spring up from this?
Well, let's dimension it this way. It's an excellent policy, and it's a policy that can be an attraction, a basis to attract investors to come into the country and set up factories and industries to meet this demand. It's also a good policy that could incentivize Nigerians that have resources to set up factories, because then they know that there is a ready market. No one will produce any item when and where there are no buyers. So it's a good policy that could spur this, but the government should go a step further by making sure that this policy is implemented to the latter, and not just that, but other incentives that manufacturers, industrialists, investors will be requiring so that they can come into Nigeria and set up factories so that our children can get employment and poverty can be reduced, insecurity will then be significantly reduced or even disappear. You know, the chain of reaction and the interwoven relationship of the factors or the variables.
So Shaibu Idris, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for your insights.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
All right, welcome back. Let's continue the conversation now on the Nigerian First policy. I'm now being joined on the program by a former chairperson, that's chairman now, of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Papa Branch, Frank Onyebu, who is also a National Council member of MAN, as well as a director in manufacturing companies here in Lagos. Thank you very much for coming on the program. As a manufacturer, give me your take on this Nigeria First policy that the president just unveiled.
I must say I'm upbeat. As a matter of fact, most manufacturers are upbeat at this initiative. I must say it's a very good initiative of government, and it's long overdue. It's one of the best news we've had in a long time, and we've actually been clamoring for it. This should not only encourage government agencies, but also the ordinary Nigerian. Because if you see that the government is using made in Nigerian products, if you see that the government is patronizing made in Nigerian products, then the ordinary man would want to emulate that. But when the government is importing everything foreign, to the neglect of local manufacturers, of course, the ordinary Nigerians will do the same. So we are happy, we are upbeat, as a matter of fact. You can see what I'm wearing now is a Nigerian-made product, and we have a lot of clothes out there that are foreign. But we should patronize our own products. This is the right thing to do, and I'm very happy about that.
But another question to ask would be, would local manufacturers have the capacity to meet the demand that we expect to come out of this? Because, you know, you would expect that the demand would be high, and there's always been that question about the capacity of our manufacturers to actually meet local demand.
Yeah, certainly. The problem with manufacturing is not the capacity. We have a lot of capacity. The problem is that the environment has not been very friendly. A lot of manufacturers have actually packed up and moved to neighboring countries. If the government makes the environment friendly, and this is one of the ways to make it friendly, but there are also other ways. We need to have a way of encouraging people to go into manufacturing. But manufacturing is the backbone of any economy all over the world. And if we reduce some of the problems that have been causing manufacturers to leave, and we make the environment more friendly, more people will come. There are actually a lot of people out there that want to come into Nigeria, even foreigners. And once we make our environment conducive, I can assure you there is no capacity that is beyond the Nigerian manufacturer. There are lots of people who want to do business, and the businesses that are open are just, most people just go into buying and selling, importing things from abroad. But by the time the environment is good, there are so many warehouses that are empty. There are lots of people who want to manufacture. And even the existing ones that are producing are sometimes less than half the capacity. We increase their capacity. All it takes is for the government to make this environment very conducive. And I must say, one of the ways is to patronize made in Nigerian products. To your question, I say yes, we have the capacity.
So tell me now, just give us a vivid picture of what this policy would do for, say, a typical local manufacturing outfit in this country.
Yeah, when this policy is, because we always talk about policy, the other one is implementation. If we genuinely want to implement this policy, the effect is that people who have been having issues with actually selling their product, because a lot of manufacturers are producing and storing in warehouses. And the economy itself has not been very good. The demand is not been very good. So people are producing at less than their capacity. If we have a situation where the demand is there, the effect is that a lot of people who are currently manufacturing manufacture at full capacity. Then people who are out there waiting to see what this economy will look like would like to join. There are lots of friends we have who are in China who want to come into Nigeria. But when we look at this, when they look at the situation here, they actually try to go elsewhere. I can assure you that Nigeria can be another China if we get the right policies in place. So the effect to us that are already there is to expand, and for people who are out there waiting to come in and actually make use of the space that we have there in Nigeria.
Now, I know state governments are not part of this policy. I mean, this policy applies to the federal government. But are you worried that state governments are not part of it? Is this something that you would like to see state governments also make their own pronouncement on this, along this line?
Yeah, certainly. We would like the state government to come in as well. But this federal government starting is a very good one, because when the federal government leads, the states will surely follow. I think everybody recognizes the right thing to do. But unfortunately, the leaders, which is the federal government, has not been showing that much interest. When the federal government shows the interest, it's a natural thing. The state governments will follow, and then the average Nigerian will also follow. There are lots of industries that will also patronize each other. There are lots of businesses in Nigeria that will also want to embrace this. And if the federal government is showing that leadership, I believe the state governments will also follow, the local governments will follow, and then the ordinary Nigerians will also follow. But we're happy about this start. It's actually a start, and it's the right direction to go. And I believe that if this is sustained, like I said earlier, the implementation is usually the problem. A lot of times the federal government makes pronouncements, even the state governments make pronouncements, and the people who are to implement it put a stop somewhere along the line. So I hope that this will be implemented to the letter, and then it's a natural thing. Others will follow.
That's the hope of everyone else. I mean, it's no doubt a very good policy. Implementation, of course, no doubt very key. Mr. Frank Onyebo, thank you very much for coming on the program. Thanks a lot for your time, sir. All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Mombasa, early morning. Already the breeze of the Indian Ocean is gently caressing Africa's eastern coast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Taicang, on China's Yangtze River Delta, it's all go. Hundreds of containers being readied for dispatch to Africa. But far away from each other, as these two major ports may be, they have a relationship with each that stretches back 6 centuries. That's because if was from Taicang, that ancient Chinese navigator, Zheng He, set sail for horizons new, journeys that took him to distant African ports, including Mombasa. So it was that a solid foundation of friendship was laid between China and Africa. What's more, it's one that endures to this very day. In today's world, China and Africa, hand in hand, are embarking on new journeys of development to realize shared dreams. Africa's largest lake is Lake Victoria. This beautiful lake, shared by Tanzania, Uganda and Kenya, is rich in fish resources, enabling it to support tens of millions of families in the region. At 6 a.m., just as dawn breaks, Kitigi Hamidu, a ferry captain for the Tanzania Ports Authority, begins his preparations by the shore. Each day he ferries thousands of passengers across the lake, including people from Geita, Kagera, Kigoma and other regions. Their destination is Mwanza. Whether it's work, school, medical care or even just grocery shopping, there's plenty to draw them to Tanzania's second largest city.
Jamii hapa inanufaika kwa sababu kuna vitu vingine jamii ya upande wa pili inategemea kutoka upande wa pili. Kwa hiyo bila kivuko ina maana hawezi kupata mahitaji yao upande wa pili.
However, the lives of local people are about to be transformed. A bridge is being built across the lake. The Magufuli Bridge project, undertaken by a Chinese company, will span Lake Victoria and serve as a significant symbol of Sino-African cooperation. Once completed, the bridge is bound to make the commute between the eastern and western shores of the lake much more convenient.
Muda hapa unatumia not less than half an hour kuvuka, 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Kwa hiyo kwa daraja you probably use 4 minutes. Kwamba utakuwa umeokoa muda kwa watu. Acha hiyo pia wanapita these wagonjwa. You see? Wagonjwa mtu anatakiwa awai ni fast track.
At the end of 2019, before work had even begun on the bridge, Qin Rong, a senior Chinese engineer for the Magufuli Bridge project, arrived in Tanzania. Her job was to make preparations for the start of the project.
所以我们的肩膀上也扛着的是我们对非洲保护母亲湖的这种责任吧。当地的国家的军民都是饮用这个水的，所以我们要对现有的一些技术进行一些突破。
It's the start of another normal day for Samia. First task, to survey the bridge. This surveying engineer for the Magufuli Bridge project comes from an ordinary Tanzanian family. He grew up in a village near the lake where most villagers made their living by fishing. But that was before work started on the bridge. Once the project started, Samir, along with many other villagers, found his life transformed for the better by successfully applying for a job on the bridge building project.
This bridge is more than a bridge because they make a friendship between these two countries, Chinese and the Tanzanian. And they connect people from one side to the other side. So we very benefit from this bridge.
the start of the Magufuli Bridge project has been eagerly anticipated by the Tanzanian government. And no wonder, with the potential to improve the lives of over 1 million residents and generating 1,000 valuable jobs for locals, it's a clear boon for the country. What's more, by integrating key Tanzanian road networks and linking neighboring countries like Rwanda, Burundi and Uganda, it's bound to become one of Africa's most important international transportation hubs. But the Magufuli Bridge is just one example of friendly China-Africa cooperation. In 2013, China defined its approach to policy towards Africa as one keeping with the principle of upholding justice while pursuing shared interests and the principle of sincerity, real results, affinity, and good faith. Now, via platforms like the Belt and Road Initiative and the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, China-Africa relations have reached new heights. From the 10 cooperation plans, the Support for African Industrialization Plan, to the China-Africa Talent Development Cooperation Plan, China and Africa have joined hands on the journey to modernization. Far away from China in southeastern Africa lies the enclave kingdom of Lesotho. Thanks to its high mountains, this country has earned the nickname Kingdom in the Sky. Weird and wonderful rock formations in the high mountains, calm lakes in the canyons, wild animals wandering at leisure, and rock paintings left by ancient artists. These are just some of wonders bestowed by man and nature on Lesotho's Sehlabathibi National Park. And protecting that legacy is down to rangers like Mamonyan Ranthimo. Only thanks to their ceaseless daily patrols can this place remain a source of pride for Lesotho's people and future generations. Unceasing effort is required to ensure a brighter future for Sehlabathibi National Park.
I've worked at Sehlabathibi for the past 7 years, and before the tarred road, it was a daring trip to take because one would have to travel from Biti to Sehlabathibi for about 3 to 4 hours. One would arrive at Sehlabathibi with a back pain and everything, you'd be tired.
Her wish became a reality with the opening of the Hampiti-Sehlabathibi Road, a crucial project jointly built by China and Lesotho under the Belt and Road Initiative. This 91.48 kilometers asphalt road connects Mpiti in eastern Lesotho with Sehlabathibi, reducing travel time from 4 hours to just over 1 hour.
We've had an increase of tourists coming to Sehlabathibi. We'd only have visitors coming to Sehlabathibi driving 4x4s, but now the place is easily accessible with both small and 4x4s, meaning that in future we're expecting more people to come to Sehlabathibi.
Jason is the chief of a nearby village. He communicates with the villagers on a daily basis, addressing their various issues. On the retirement of the previous chief, the highly educated Jason assumed the task of managing the village, an awesome responsibility for one of such tender years. Little wonder, the people of this mountainous land have such a deep understanding of the significance of roads. Before the construction of the Hampiti-Sehlabathibi Road, transportation was a big headache for this isolated village. With little contact with the outside world, trade was extremely limited.
About this road, you know, it has made a difference in this district. Like I can say, in this district, Tashasnek, it's made a difference around the community. People, so many people now have changed. Their lives have changed.
The opening of the Hampiti-Seraba-Ziba Road has profoundly transformed the area, attracting numerous tourists and investors. Chief Jason is leading the villagers to capitalize on these opportunities and plan a new future in the burgeoning tourism industry. The Hampiti-Seraba-Ziba Road serves a dual purpose. It allows tourists to explore 300-million-year-old natural landscapes while helping the Lesotho people realize their dream of a bright future. Transportation infrastructure is a sine qua non for development. In the 21st century, China has constructed over 10,000 kilometers of railways and nearly 100,000 kilometers of roads in Africa, providing a crucial foundation for African integration and unlocking the continent's development potential. The widely known Mombasa-Nairobi Standard Gauge Railway is Kenya's first new railway in nearly a century, accelerating the development of the East African Railway network. Over on the other side of Africa, the Foundiougne Bridge connects Senegal's northern and southern trunk roads, while back east, the Ethiopia-Djibouti Railway provides landlocked Ethiopia with access to the sea. In southwestern Africa, the upgrading and renovation of Dr. Antonio Agostinho Neto International Airport in Angola has transformed it into a modern international airport. In West Africa, the Lagos-Ibadan Railway links Lagos with Ibadan. The Nigerian Federal University of Transportation, Dora, has officially opened. Over the past 10 years, myriad roads, bridges and livelihood projects have sprung up across the continent. All these China-Africa co-built transportation infrastructure projects facilitate travel and development. What's more, they're already witnessing the beginning of many stories that are bound to grow ever more beautiful as they play out into the future. Nosy Be, an island in northwest Madagascar, covers about 300 square kilometers. So small you can drive around the entire island in just 2 hours. Besides its high-quality beaches that attract tourists year-round, the island is also known for its ylang-ylang flowers, a key ingredient in essential oils and cosmetics. Amdo is an essential oil supplier in Madagascar who worked for a French-owned essential oil company. In 2020, he started his own essential oil business and leased over 15 hectares of ylang-ylang plantations in Nosy Be. However, in recent years, as economic growth slowed and demand in the traditional essential oil market declined, Amdo began exploring new markets with a focus on China. Today, Amdo is introducing his essential oil production process to a buyer from China. He plans to double his exports to the Chinese market.
Chine aloha zao no anisan'ny voalohany no mahafinaritra miara-miasa aminy satria tsy amin'ny resaka commande irery fa ny resaka confiance indrindra. Confiance tena ananan'zareo confiance be zany.
In recent years, alongside Madagascar's essential oils, citrus from South Africa, avocados from Kenya, shea butter from Mali, and honey from Zambia, a wide range of African agricultural products have entered the Chinese market and became popular with Chinese consumers. To strengthen China-Africa ties, both sides have signed a series of agreements in recent years to facilitate the connection of trade regulations, which has ensured steady increase of trade volumes. China has also established a green channel for importing African agricultural products, including expedited approval, fast inspection, and prompt release. Now, African companies can even complete the clearance processes online.
这2年我们国家其实加快了检疫准入的这个速度，尤其是呢，拓展了一些我们国家反季节的或者比较需要的一些水果，比如说像肯尼亚的鳄梨呀、南非的柑橘等等，都是近年来准入的。
A cargo ship from Africa docks at Shanghai's Yangshan deepwater port, fully loaded with African goods of all sorts. A truck loaded with goods departs from the port and arrives at a warehouse in Songshan District, Shanghai. Mauricio Perez Campos from Costa Rica has settled in Shanghai. He's not only a skilled barista, but also a green coffee bean trader. He is transporting a batch of Rwandan coffee beans from Yangshan port to his warehouse.
通过咖啡贸易，我们可以带过来卢旺达的文化，推广在中国。中国的咖啡越来越好喝的，我们可以一起成为朋友。
Rwanda, known as the land of 1,000 hills, has mountainous terrain and rich volcanic soil. That makes it ideal for growing coffee beans. Epiphany Andachiai Senga runs her coffee plantation. Each morning she takes charge of the growers as they sort and dry the freshly picked coffee beans. She learned coffee cultivation from her parents, a skill passed down through the generations. Now, she manages the farm with her husband.
Maze gukora rero igihe cyo gushaka cyarageze ndashaka ngira amahirwe akomeye nsanga n'umugabo nshatse yarateye ikawa ari umusore iyi koperative rero itangira ubwo natwe kubera urukundo twakundaga kawa.
The income from coffee supports her family. Entry into the Chinese market has improved their living conditions to a very significant degree.
Nukuri mere icyo gihe wenda ukasubona akazuga wenda kubatse neza ariko ari ibiti mimbere gusa Yesu umunsi inyubakire yacu nta matafari ahiye hajya gukinga nzamitarike bisu wakubaka inzu ukabona ni inzu mbese koko igezweho ijyanye n'igihe tugezemo kandi fashwemo n'ikawa.
Epiphany Ndachiai Senga's coffee entered the Chinese market thanks to the China International Import Expo, or CIIE. The high-quality Rwandan coffee stood out because of its mellow taste and lasting aftertaste, becoming a star exhibit at several CIIEs and competing with globally renowned brands. The annual CIIE has become a major event where global products compete, and many African goods have found opportunities to enter the Chinese market through CIIE. He Yulin, who managed the African pavilion at the CIIE, witnessed the rise of Rwandan coffee.
我们实际上有的时候真心的是觉得酒香也怕巷子深，很多好的一些产品，非洲的一些产品，因为路途的遥远，不为我们国内的我们的消费者知道。
He Yulin, preparing for the 7th CIIE, has received applications from 10 Rwandan coffee companies. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity for them, he's actively helping with all the preparations for the exhibition.
这个就是今年卢旺达发展署推荐的，一共有10家咖啡企。
Another key promoter of Rwandan coffee in China is James Kimonyo, the ambassador of Rwanda to China.
Every time we do some of promotional activities, live streaming, we talk about our coffee, and people taste our coffee, we are overwhelmed by the demand and the inquiries from people where they can get containers and containers of coffee, and we're very excited about this opportunity.
His first promotion in a Chinese live stream room, and already thousands of kilograms of coffee beans sold. A tremendous boost to the visibility of Rwandan coffee in the Chinese market, and an object lesson in the power of the digital age.
China has the largest number of online shoppers. Remember, this is a country that has more than 1.3 billion people using mobile phones. And not only just having mobile phones, but also mobile payment system. So I think that's the best and perfect market for coffee distribution and other products.
Rwanda exemplifies the deepening China-Africa cooperation in digitalization. Many Chinese companies have been actively involved in Africa, establishing mobile payments, cross-border logistics, overseas warehouses, and e-commerce platforms. Together, China and Africa are building a digital Silk Road that transcends time and space.
It takes you almost 30 minutes now to get to the university. Well, before it used to take almost 2 hours. The road itself is actually developed by China. Sometimes if you have a 5G signal in Nairobi, you drop down to maybe a 4G signal. As soon as you're like an hour away from the city. They're trying to improve it. It shows you how vast, how much of the infrastructure is still yet to develop.
Coming from a remote mountain village in Kenya, Kevin is all too aware of his hometown's isolation and underdevelopment. Determined to change his fate through education and technology, he pursued a degree in telecommunications engineering at a university in Nairobi, where he made many Chinese friends. After graduating, Kevin joined China Mobile and participated in the 2 Africa Undersea Cable Project. The 2 Africa Undersea Cable Project, involving China Mobile, is the largest of its kind in history. Spanning over 45,000 kilometers along the coastlines of Africa and the Middle East, on completion, it'll become the world's longest undersea cable. This project will be the first to provide continuous internet capacity across Africa while connecting countries in Africa, Asia and Europe, offering stable internet services to Africa.
The cable itself is 45,000 kilometers. It's one of the largest cables in the world, if not the largest today, and is connecting 33 countries and 3 continents in one, so Europe, Africa and Asia.
In June 2024, Kevin attended the Mobile World Congress exhibition in China. At this gathering of global telecom elites, he introduces the 2 Africa project to international clients.
I feel like I contribute to that mission, and my role is to bridge that gap and not just have the connection, but have the real access to change their lives using the connection they have.
Kevin believes that once the 2 Africa undersea cable officially begins operation, it'll usher in a new era for Africa, connecting the continent more closely to the rest of the world and bringing limitless opportunities. With confidence in Africa's bright future, numerous Chinese companies have established branches there. With growing popularity in Africa, China's first automotive works, or FAW, established a production line in South Africa. Harris Moodley is the most senior employee at FAW South Africa, with 30 years of service. Every day, the first place he wants to go is his office.
Started working for FAW in 1994, and I also got married in 1994. When I started at FAW, I was the first employees at FAW. My wife would say, I love FAW more than I love my house. Because I used to spend most of my life at FAW, even weekends.
Before joining FAW South Africa, Harris faced many challenges in life. He started at the company in an entry-level position and gradually advanced up the company hierarchy. Now he's a senior executive.
From a normal handyman position to become a manager, so I grew the company. I grew up with FAW from a young man to where I am now. By FAW coming into South Africa and growing so large, there's many people that is in employment. Now from moving from a shack to a proper house and feeding their families.
As FAW South Africa expanded its market across the continent, Harris's family life improved significantly. He moved into a larger house and his family now enjoys a happy life.
The puppy, how was your day at school? Good night. What you all did at school? FAW paid 50,000 rand deposit for this house. And this is how I bought this house. And my children grew and things became better in our life.
Harris Moodley is proud that Chinese cars produced in South Africa are now popular across Africa and are even being exported to Europe and other regions. He has witnessed the rise of Chinese automotive brands in the international market and has actively contributed to the win-win cooperation between China and Africa. Located by the Red Sea, south of the Suez Canal, the China-Egypt TIDA-Suez Economic and Trade Cooperation Zone boasts well-built infrastructure, abundant industrial clusters. This zone is accelerating its strategic upgrade to be a key platform for investment and cooperation between Chinese and Egyptian enterprises. XD Egermac is a joint venture established by China XD and Egypt's Egermac. At this dynamic company, Mossad Ibrahim is also making his mark. During his childhood, Mossad Ibrahim frequently experienced power outages. Because of that, the quest for reliable electricity has been the driving force of his career. He has witnessed XD Egermac evolve from a startup into a leader in the power equipment manufacturing sector in Egypt and the Middle East. Each night, as he sees countless lights powered by XD Egermac's products, he feels immense pride and satisfaction.
我的梦想是，我们能就是够尽快完成二期建设。 增加新的产品产线，助力埃及工业化，提升电能供应的效率。相信这样，埃及的夜景也会是像中国上海一样绚丽。
In the future, Zheng Tao believes that XD Egermac will expand its market reach, supplying electrical products not only to Egypt, but also to the entire Middle East and North Africa region. The successful China-Egypt TEDA project has showcased the potential of industrial parks to other Belt and Road countries. The TEDA team is writing a new chapter in the history of China-Egypt economic and trade cooperation through their wisdom and hard work, demonstrating a promising new frontier in China-Africa cooperation that transcends cultural and geographical boundaries. Despite being separated by vast distances, China and Africa long ago overcame the barriers presented by the mountains and seas that divide them. Now they have built and continue to build a China-Africa community with a shared future in a new era. The firmest foundation there can be for an enduring friendship that is strengthening day by day.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Hi, I'm Ayofel Larinde. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble arts, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015, where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble arts later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble arts basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments, to draw skeletons and everything. So most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to. So I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room. Around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around, so he saw what was going on and he was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that, okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, their stories, and yeah, governments too. I'm interested in politics, the political aspect of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me because people are destined. People are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that. But I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, it fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of UNILAG. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up, I draw. I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense to actually make sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get a sketchbook and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get to like buy the works off me that I call it finished because I no longer have it in my possession. But like sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas. So I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, It's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method, and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways because, like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, he just basically scribbles paint around. He scribbles paint around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance, and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, the works actually speaks to me and it speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere, there's politics in the art scene. My plans actually change over time because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuff bigger and sometimes I want stuff a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them because we feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passport to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akaway app. Now, today we'll delve into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akaway.
Akaway is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names. And after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head. And simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, actually has the grade that they say that they do. Because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. Most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. It's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you pay to search and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who is to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's impact doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, you're in 100 level, you're a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akọ̀wé's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. We had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, and then in August I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome, we're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akọ̀wé to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here. And TechCrunch, and if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? So that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. So that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akọ̀wé has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akọ̀wé will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. So already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akọ̀wé has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rate of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process.
Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say, if you have a need to operate in the global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlining compliance processes, speed, and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company, and so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress in we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, it's streamlined compliance approach, so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the Central Bank as an IMTO. So while why that regulation or directive is in place, we pay attention to it, and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, WASA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally.
And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. Presently, as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees. What will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it. And that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014 and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired Lieutenant Colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm. But the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of them inside, they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I plant a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1-hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution. But the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the 3rd day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery, because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered. We inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just... It go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time. arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Now, terrorists of the Islamic State of West African Province, ISWAP, have killed at least 23 farmers and fishermen in the village of Malam Karanti near Baga in the Kukawa local government area of Borno State. The attack reportedly took place on Thursday morning in Malam Karanti, a village 5 kilometers from Baga. The terrorists were said to have gathered farmers and fishermen near the village and killed 23 of them. And President Bola Tinubu has on Friday said that traditional institutions remain integral to the country's development and called for more support in implementing policies that directly impact people's livelihoods. The president spoke when he received the 46th Alafin of Oyo, Oba Abimbola Abdulhakim Owade I, his wife Abiwumi, and a delegation of other traditional rulers from Oyo State at the presidential villa in Abuja. And a gas explosion at Nopet fueling station located opposite the Air Force Junction in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, has left 5 people injured and destroyed 8 vehicles. According to reports, the explosion occurred at the gas section of the station around 10 a.m. The fire that accompanied the explosion spread to the premises of the Ebonyi State Transport Corporation, situated next to the fueling station, where the 8 burnt vehicles were parked. And the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has announced the establishment of a Candidate Counseling Emergency Support Center to provide additional support to candidates with urgent concerns. In a statement posted by its official X handle, the examination body said the new center would complement its existing ticketing platform, which remains the preferred and most efficient means of communication with the board. And on business, a total sum of 1.681 trillion naira, being April 2025 Federation account revenue, has been shared to the federal government, states, and local government councils. Revenue was shared at the May 2025 Federation Account Allocation Committee FAC meeting held in Abuja, according to a statement released by FAC spokesperson Bawa Mokwa. And on the foreign scene, 10 inmates have escaped from a New Orleans jail early on Friday after navigating through a hole behind a toilet, prompting a manhunt and raising serious concerns about security breaches and possible internal assistance. Authorities from the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office said the escape began at around 12:22 a.m. when the inmates tampered with a cell door. And finally on sports, defending champions Edo Queens FC will on Saturday take on leaders Nasarawa Amazons in a must-win game on the final day of Nigeria Women Football League Super 6 competition. Edo Queens are currently placed third with 7 points from 4 games, and while a win will take them above the Amazons, they will rely on other games to retain the title. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okbayemi Owoshini. We start off with business news. The Nigeria Customs Service has issued the first pre-arrival assessment report under the Unified Customs Management System, BODOGO. In a statement issued on behalf of the Controller General in Abuja, spokesman of the service, Abdullahi Maiwada, declared that the development marked a significant milestone in customs' commitment to technology-driven trade reforms. According to him, this achievement follows the recent strategic engagement between the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Kadoso. He said both institutions reaffirmed their commitment to seamless trade processes, enhanced revenue collection, and improved financial integration. And Bitcoin's price has plummeted below $75,000, hitting an inter-trade low of $74,637 as global markets wrestle with the aftermath of United States President Donald Trump's newly implemented tariff regime. This sharp drop represents a significant decline of over 10% from $84,000 last week, highlighting intensifying economic anxieties and the cascading effect of a broader financial downturn. The cryptocurrency's recent price movement mirrors heightened volatility in conventional markets. Now, this includes a notable slump in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which shows how intertwined Bitcoin has become with macroeconomic sentiment. We'll take a short break here and be back with company news. Welcome back. The founder of the defunct Diamond Bank PLC and former chairman of MTN Nigeria, Pascal Gabriel Dozie, has died at the age of 85. He died in the early hours of Tuesday, April 8, 2025, just a day before his 86th birthday, after a battle with an age-related illness. Dozie played a critical role in Nigeria's banking and telecommunication industries, founding Diamond Bank, which later merged with Access Bank, and serving as the chairman of MTN Nigeria, overseeing its expansion. And MTN Group, Africa's largest mobile operator, has announced plans to launch a new streaming platform for mobile and fixed broadband users across the continent, a development that would challenge current market players like Netflix and Amazon Prime Video. Now, to bring this to reality, MTN has entered into a strategic partnership with global video software leader Sina Media. The collaboration will leverage Sina Media's cloud-based technology to deliver a mix of live TV and video-on-demand content, offering multiple monetization options, including subscriptions, ad-supported content, and also streaming channels with targeted ads. We'll go on a break here, but when Money Matters return, we're discussing Nigeria's new capital market laws, classifying cryptocurrencies and other virtual assets as securities for the first time. I'll bring you details after this break.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet there. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true?
See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait. Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Nigeria's new capital market laws now officially classify cryptocurrencies and other virtual assets as securities for the first time in what will lead to greater transparency and increased investment. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu recently assented to the Investment and Securities Act ISA 2024, which repeals the Investment and Securities Act number 29 of 2007. The act explicitly recognizes virtual and digital asset and investment contracts as securities and brings virtual asset service providers, digital asset operators, and the digital asset exchanges under the Security and Exchange Regulation. That businesses dealing in digital assets must register with the SEC and comply with its guidelines, a crucial step in curbing fraudulent activities in digital space, while also fostering trust and innovation in blockchain technologies. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, who lauded the bold move as a transformative step for the capital market, and this new law will boost investment in digital assets. Stockbrokers have also applauded the move, describing it as a landmark achievement.
It's a landmark achievement, a good development for our market and for the nation in general. It has strengthened the regulation further. The last one we were using was the ISA Act 29 of 2007. And the one for 2025 have now come to replace it. So it has strengthened the integrity of the market and to bring in more players to the capital market at large. And it will foster a more robust development in the market. And it has really give more powers it should be to the Security and Exchange Commission as the only body that is required to regulate the activities at the capital market. It's going to affect the Nigerian Stock Exchange in a positive way because more players will come in and the activities in the exchange will be on the upward swing because there's going to be more trust and confidence in the market, and investors can participate more than before. So the ISA 2025 is the way to go, and it's going to deliver more excellent performance in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Well, I want to believe so, especially with the inclusion of the crypto asset in the market. So there are more diversified products in the market where people can trade on. So like the young minds, they may prefer the crypto asset, while the old one may prefer the equity or bond or other markets. But all are inclusive and they are welcome together in the capital market. And it will enlarge the base of the investor we have currently. As it's a nation of over 200 million, we are still talking of just a little over 1 million investors. So with this signing into law, the ISA 2025, it will broaden the investors' base in the country and even the diaspora.
Let's now discuss this further. The Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, now joins me on the program. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, the new Investment and Securities Act now recognizes digital assets like cryptocurrency as securities. Now, what does this legal recognition truly mean for Nigeria's financial sector?
Thank you very much. The legal recognition is very, very important. It puts us at an edge over a lot of jurisdictions, noting clearly that digital assets has come to stay. And so it is very important that any jurisdiction that wants to play in it must have some legal backing around it. More so for Nigeria, where the population of youths in this country are heavily involved in it. So it becomes of utmost importance that some clarity is provided. Beyond clarity is some legal backing. However, we at the SEC have been into this for a very long time, holding on to the ISA 2007. And so we believe strongly that for us to be able to operate better, for us to also provide comfort to Nigerians and the investees in digital assets, there was a need to be more specific. And the need to be more specific brought about the inclusion of cryptocurrencies and all other digital assets under the full glare of the SEC by its insertion in the Investment and Securities Act 2025.
Now, I would like to know, Dr. Agama, what role do you think the Securities and Exchange Commission will play in regulating cryptocurrency now that it is officially recognized under the ISE? Do you think there are new regulatory frameworks being developed?
Like I said earlier, there have been regulatory frameworks from 2020, September 2020, where we issued our first circular providing clarity to digital assets. But that notwithstanding, we had continued in our quest to providing a level playing field for operators in this space. And by so doing, we had introduced regulations to speak to that. Those regulations have been up and on, and we had also introduced structures to enable that to happen through what we call the regulatory incubation and the accelerated regulatory incubation programs. These are all tools for which we have tools that we're able to use to deal with the regulation of crypto assets and other digital assets. So the SEC had further improved on those regulations, and consequently a new regulation too had been issued, which is under exposure and will soon come into effect.
You'll agree with me that one concern many people have is around the risks of fraud, money laundering, and investor protection. I would like to know how exactly the Securities and Exchange Commission plans to manage this risk while still encouraging innovation in the crypto space.
Basically, you understand that the new law aims to curb fraudulent activities in the digital space, fostering trust and innovation in blockchain technologies. Investors can now expect improved transparency and accountability from the virtual asset service providers and the digital asset service providers. This is very, very critical. When there is no law, then there is no violation. When there is law, there is violation. As a regulator, the SEC is poised to take regulation to the next level, providing comfort for both the investors and the investees. AML-CFT is very critical to us, and if you will know that the AML-CFT issue is what brought about our inclusion in the grey list. The inclusion of this law of digital assets into our law now today provides us an avenue to exit that grey list, and that is very critical to the international community. We are telling the international community that we are ready for business and we are ready to protect every business that operates within Nigeria and all those involved in such activities within Nigeria. The law gives us the power and gives us the stake to be able to deal with challenges that exist in terms of regulation. AML-CFT is critical, even for our local investors, and also to provide, that assurance to our international investors to the effect that the Nigerian market is transparent, the Nigerian market has integrity, and the Nigerian market is ready to help deal with any challenge that they may occur as a result of their involvement.
Now, in practical terms, what should existing crypto platforms, investors, and stakeholders in Nigeria expect next term from the Securities and Exchange Commission?
What they will expect next is good regulation, engagement, and stakeholder engagements, particularly The reason is that we have a law backing us, and also to note clearly that registration is the hallmark of regulation. So we expect that everyone involved in this space will approach the SEC for such activity. For those that have applied, we are reviewing their applications. And as soon as we are able to verify all of the claims that have been provided in the applications, of course, we'll reach out to them. So the SEC is poised to providing transparent, level playing field for all those that meet our requirements. And for your information, we are working with other regulators. We are working with the EFCC. We are working with the Central Bank of Nigeria. We are working with the Tax Authority. We are working with the ONSA. We are working with NFIU. Every stakeholder that is involved in this space are very, very much on the table with us in trying to provide the kind of environment that is useful, that is good, and that has value for those that are involved in it. So for investors, we are saying make sure whoever you are dealing with is registered with the SEC. And for investees, make sure that you get the nod of the SEC while you do this. Because after this, anybody that does not comply means the person is violating a law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And every sanction that should be meted to such individuals will certainly be done.
Now, how do you see this recognition of cryptocurrency impacting investors' confidence and financial inclusion in Nigeria?
Impact investors' confidence, because what investors want to know is that, are we ready? Is the Nigerian authorities ready to regulate the space? And if they are ready, have they provided clarity to its regulation? These have been done by Mr. President. And you cannot but, thank the president for such a noble, action, because it means that Nigeria is ready for business. And once there is regulation, of course, what it means is that there will be certainty, there is transparency, and there is integrity. That is what we are trying to say, and that's what we are driving at to the international community. We are saying that Nigeria is ready, so they are welcome to be part of the Nigerian business climate.
Now, just before I let you go, Dr. Agama, some worry that every regulation could stifle innovation. Now, how is the Securities and Exchange Commission balancing regulation with growth in this rapidly evolving sector?
About heavy regulation is a relative term, and the question is, what is the intent of regulation? The intent of regulation is investor protection and market development. While we are introducing regulation, we are also providing an opportunity for stakeholder engagement. We are also providing an opportunity to protect investors. We are providing an opportunity to protect the investee, to give them direction as to what they should do and what we should do. These are very fundamental in building up a nation, not the less an investment climate. So we at the SEC are only doing what we need to do in order to protect our investors, in order to protect Nigerian citizens, and make sure they are not taken for granted, and of course, they are not overrun by selfish international investors or international organizations that have no better opportunity or no better intentions for the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian government. We will not allow that to happen. For whoever is going to operate within this market, that person must be registered with us. If you are not interested in getting regulated, then Nigeria is not for you.
Well, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpayemi Obosheni. See you next time.
Opinions are free. facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Hello and welcome. Now, it's been more like 1 week, one trouble for the Labour Party as its leadership crisis continues to worsen.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the 4 walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for. considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Now, terrorists of the Islamic State of West African Province, ISWAP, have killed at least 23 farmers and fishermen in the village of Malam Karanti near Baga in the Kukawa local government area of Borno State. The attack reportedly took place on Thursday morning in Malam Karanti, a village 5 kilometers from Baga. The terrorists were said to have gathered farmers and fishermen near the village and killed 23 of them. And President Bola Tinubu has on Friday said that traditional institutions remain integral to the country's development and called for more support in implementing policies that directly impact people's livelihoods. The president spoke when he received the 46th Alafin of Oyo, Oba Abimbola Abdulhakim Owade I, his wife Abinwumi, and a delegation of other traditional rulers from Oyo State at the presidential villa in Abuja. And a gas explosion at Nopet fueling station located opposite the Air Force Junction in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, has left 5 people injured and destroyed 8 vehicles. According to reports, the explosion occurred at the gas section of the station around 10 a.m. The fire that accompanied the explosion spread to the premises of the Ebonyi State Transport Corporation, situated next to the fueling station, where the 8 burnt vehicles were parked. And the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has announced the establishment of a Candidate Counseling Emergency Support Center to provide additional support to candidates with urgent concerns. In a statement posted via its official X handle, the examination body said the new center would complement its existing ticketing platform, which remains the preferred and most efficient means of communication with the board. And on business, a total sum of 1.681 trillion naira, being April 2025 Federation account revenue, has been shared to the federal government, states, and local government councils. Revenue was shared at the May 2025 Federation Accounts Allocation Committee FAC meeting held in Abuja, according to a statement released by FAC spokesperson Bawa Mokwa. And on the foreign scene, 10 inmates have escaped from a New Orleans jail early on Friday after navigating through a hole behind a toilet, prompting a manhunt and raising serious concerns about security breaches and possible internal assistance. Authorities from the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office said the escape began at around 12:22 a.m. when the inmates tampered with a cell door. And finally on sports, defending champions Edo Queens FC will on Saturday take on leaders Nasarawa Amazons in a must-win game on the final day of Nigeria Women Football League Super 6 competition. Edo Queens are currently placed third with 7 points from 4 games, and while a win will take them above the Amazons, they will rely on other games to retain the title. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor.
In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did wrote to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got the information that the first set of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. You know, because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it should be paid, they should pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out of school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government, because it is the right of every Nigerian to go to school. I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can they take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the purple line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the blue line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has a capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards bequeathing Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvements on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin Okpebi Allen and at the Bola Subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police signs at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olookoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be Commissioner Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijae, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward, because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State. Up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, you know, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually moving from I move around a lot. So when I move, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, The price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very
in a higher level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he know exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. A gas cylinder explosion has killed about 2 persons and injured several others at the plumbing market along Uga Street near Onitsha Bridge Head Market in Anambra State. Now, according to reports, the incident which occurred on Friday caused panic in the market as traders, passers-by and customers scampered to safety. Reports say the explosion happened while a welder was working on metal with carbide. And now the Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa has warned that jihadist factions expelled from the Central Sahel were slipping across Nigeria's vast borders and stoking fresh violence in the North and Middle Belt. He pledged tighter border security, fresh air assets and closer coordination with states to neutralize the threats. Since the gale of coups in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger between 2020 and 2023, attacks by Islamic State Sahel Province and other terrorist groups have jumped by more than 40%. And now the Kogi State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps have concluded an intensive weapon handling training exercise in response to escalating security challenges and the need to safeguard critical infrastructure. Now, no fewer than 262 personnel of the Corps were trained in weapon handling with a charge on them to uphold the ideals of the Corps. The Kogi State NSCDC Public Relations Officer Aliyu Abdullahi, who disclosed this in a statement on Saturday, quoted the State Commandant Esther Kinlade as saying that the officers were encouraged to demonstrate a high sense of humor, discipline and professionalism in their service to the nation. And the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria says it has transported 20,515 Nigerian pilgrims to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the 2025 Hajj in 1 week. NALCON disclosed this in a statement by its Principal Information Officer, Shafil Mohammed, in Abuja. Now, Vice President Kashim Shettima had on May 9th declared the inaugural flight open in Owerri, Imo State. And the Nigeria Customs Service Federal Operation Unit Zone A, Ikeja, says it intercepted 20-feet containers of contraband worth 1.5 billion naira between April 2023 and to date. The Customs Area Controller in charge of the unit, Mohammed Shaibu, announced this while showcasing some of the seized contrabands to journalists. He added that the various contrabands were seized within the Lagos State metropolis. And on the foreign scene, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has on Saturday called on global leaders to urgently invest in digital skills and dismantle the patriarchal structures that perpetuate gender inequality and bias in technology. Now, at the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, which marks the 160th anniversary of the International Telecommunications Union, Guterres detailed the transformative power of technology, from the telegraph to artificial intelligence, and the critical needs to ensure that it benefits rich women and girls equitably. And finally, on sports, Chelsea stayed in the hunt for a Champions League place next season with a nervy 1-0 victory over Manchester United on Friday, courtesy of a second-half goal from Marc Cucurella. The Spain fullback headed back home from close range, turning in a cross from captain Reece James, who bamboozled the United defense with a twist and turn in the 71st minute. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring more updates at the top of the hour.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpayemi Owasheni. We start off with business news. Now, despite growing concerns over Nigeria's rising public debt and the rising burden of debt servicing, the Nigerian government borrowed a staggering 10.85 trillion naira from domestic investors within the first 4 months of 2025. This aggressive borrowing comes amid a 48.6% surge in the country's total public debt, which jumped to 144.66 trillion naira in 2024, up from 97.34 trillion naira recorded in 2023. Now, of this, the Nigerian government alone is responsible for 137.28 trillion naira. That's about 95% of the total debt stock. With domestic borrowing continuing to grow in early 2025, this upward debt trajectory shows little sign of slowing down. And while Nigeria battles internal fiscal pressures, global development also continues to impact economic stability. One of such cases is the evolving trade relations between the United States and China, as both countries have reached a temporary trade agreement announcing a 90-day reduction in tariffs on each other's imports. Now, the move comes after 2 days of intense negotiations in Switzerland, marking the first major breakthrough since tensions escalated under President Donald Trump's aggressive trade policies. Now, under the revised tariff structure, the U.S. tariff on Chinese imports will drop from 145% to 30% by May 14th, including those tied to fentanyl-related trade measures. While Chinese tariff on U.S. goods will also be reduced from 125% to 10%, signaling an effort to restore economic stability between the world's two largest economies. We'll take a short break here and be back with updates from the corporate world. Welcome back. The Dangote Petrochemicals refinery is making the headlines again, this time with a quiet but strategic price move. The company has introduced a 10 naira reduction on the ex-depot price of premium motor spirit, lowering the cost from the official 835 naira per litre to 825 naira per litre. Though the price cut is informal, with marketers still paying 835 naira upfront, they however now receive a 10 naira rebate upon loading at the refinery. This slight adjustment has enabled Dangote's customers to retail petrol between 830 naira and 835 naira, undercutting importers and private depot operators who typically offer at higher rates. And Fidelity Bank PLC, one of Nigeria's leading financial institutions, has announced a remarkable financial performance for the first quarter of 2025, recording a profit before tax of 105.8 billion naira, representing an impressive growth of 167.8% when compared to the 39.5 billion naira recorded in the first quarter of 2024. The bank's unaudited financial statement released on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on April 30, 2025, highlights a substantial increase in gross earnings, which rose to 315.4 billion naira, marking a year-on-year growth of 64.2% from 192.1 billion naira in the same period of 2024. We'll go on a short break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll turn our focus to President Bola Tinubu's sweeping new policy targeting public sector procurement. I'll have the full details after this break. Welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has issued a ban on the importation of foreign goods by ministries, departments and agencies on goods or services available in the country without a waiver from the Bureau of Public Procurement. The new policy, dubbed the Renewed Hope Nigeria First policy, aims at strengthening the domestic economy, promoting local content and reducing Nigeria's dependence on imports. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who revealed this at the last Federal Executive Council meeting, says the policy targeted at prioritizing use of local goods and services will create more jobs and also help to boost the economy if properly implemented by all tiers of government.
No procurement of foreign goods or services already available locally shall proceed without justification and a written waiver from the BPP. I want to take that again. No procurement of foreign goods or services already available locally shall proceed without justification and a written waiver from BPP. Number 2, where no viable local option exists, contracts must include provisions for technology transfer, local production, or skills development. By way of example, the provision of quota allocations under the Sugar Master Plan should take into consideration participants' backward integration plans and investment in Nigeria and ensure compliance with the Master Plan. This is a major decision taken by the Federal Executive Council today. Number 3, there will also be, the MDS have also been directed to immediately conduct an audit of all procurement plans and submit revised versions in line with these directives. And number 4, breaches will attract sanctions, including cancellation or procurement processes by such MDAs, and indeed disciplinary action against responsible officers. In this direction, like I mentioned earlier, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation has been directed to prepare an executive order to give full legal effect to these resolutions of the Federal Executive Council. Now, what this seeks to do is to domesticate our processes. In other words, where there is the possibility of getting local manufacturers to supply any kind of goods or procure any kind of services, there will be no need for MDAs to now procure these goods or services from outside this country. And where there is an exceptional need for these services to be procured from outside, there must be a waiver to be obtained, a written waiver to be obtained by the Bureau of Public Procurement. This is a major shift in government policy aiming to put Nigeria at the heart of all our businesses in this country.
Now, with implications that could reshape procurement, job creation and industrial policy, this directive marks a major economic shift in the country. Now, to unpack what this means for Nigeria's economy, I'm joined now by economist Mukhtar Mohammed. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Mohammed. Now, this is Nigeria's first economic policy to prioritize local industries. Now, I would like to know how practicable is this policy, considering how dependent Nigeria is on foreign products?
I like what you just said, how practical it is. Because again, saying Nigerian force is one thing, and how practical it is another thing. Now, when you're looking at Nigerian force, you must not also forget that we are one into the world, we are a member of the World Trade Organization, which is that you cannot shut your economy to other countries' goods and services as long as it's a free market. Capitalism is a free market. So for me, Nigerian first is a good pronouncement. But again, you cannot say, the product that was produced here must be also bought by Nigerians, like if you are forcing them to buy. What Nigerians are looking for are quality. Once you are able to give them quality, then they will be able to buy whatever product that you are producing for them. It must also meet international best practice. Secondly, when you look at that, people will say, you want to compare that to America. Donald Trump is in America first. But remember, it's not saying that other countries cannot come in with their own product, but it's just saying, look, we'll make their product more expensive than our own, so that our people will be forced to buy our own. That's a strategy, that's a localized, trying to save your local industry. In our own case, our local industry cost of production is very, very high. Either high interest rates, the ability of most Nigerians to purchase some of this product also is a major problem. So Nigerian first is good, it's a starting point. But again, like I always say, you look at where you have that competitive advantage. You can't say Nigerian first. We cannot we don't have, you have only one made in Nigerian companies. This is an assembling plant, Innocence Motor. Can it produce all the cars that we want in Nigeria? And like somebody jokingly say, can the president also begin to use Innocent Motor as his official car, since we want to localize everything? So sometimes these statements just come in, but they are not backed with definite actions and plans.
Now, how capable is Nigeria's local manufacturing sector of meeting the demands this policy will create, especially in key areas like technology, construction, and basic goods and commodities in the country?
I think you've said it, or how capable are we, especially in the area of construction. You cannot name any Nigerian company, indigenous company that into construction. There are many of them, but when it comes to government giving this high, very delicate or root network, they try to look for the big of international organization to give. It's not that the local construction companies are not there; they are there. But again, they are being hampered by a lot of things. Like I've said, cost of getting those equipment into Nigeria also is very high because the exchange rate is high. So they are not able to get the real equipment that they will need, especially in the construction industry. Look at technology. Well, for technology, you can't but salute the courage of the innovations of young Nigerians in that aspect. But even with that, they are lacking in terms of internet infrastructure to drive the kind of goods that we want to see in that sector. So when you say Nigerian first, fantastic in the technology sector, it can actually work, but it would mean that we do a lot of investment in technology. We'll do a lot of technology investment to see that in terms of infrastructure. Then when you look at other products, it's very difficult to say, they can be able to meet the demands of Nigeria. And you talk about agriculture, yes, fine. Before now, we could easily feed ourselves. But it's a challenge now because of the insecurity. So if government want to say Nigerian first policy, what will make the agricultural sector strive is to make sure that they are able to give them security. Then also cost of funding. You can't continue to hike rate and you think that companies will be able to compete. That's why till this moment, we have not been able to take advantage of the African Continental Trade Agreement. That's why we have the population, because we know the cost of our goods in Nigeria will be more expensive compared to the goods in Ghana. So our market will become a dumping ground for some of those goods, and some of them even have higher quality than our own because of the cost of production. So I think when you look at this policy, these three key areas, there's still a lot of work to be done. That's why I said that you don't just make those pronouncements, you must back them up with action. Since the president made those pronouncements some 2 days ago, we have not seen any backup in terms of implementing of this policy. We need to be hearing pronouncement from the Minister of Digital Economy. We need to be hearing pronouncement from the Ministry of Agriculture. We should just be hearing pronouncement of how we think that we are going to run this policy. But it was just a statement that was made by the president, and I can assure you that's the end of it.
Now, like you mentioned, it's a very good policy, but then do you think the policy will face implementation challenges and resistance from entrenched procurement interests, even though the Nigerian government says it is determined to enforce compliance at all levels? What do you think the compliance measures should entail?
Sanction. If any parastatal or ministry is not complying, then you sanction them. That's what I think should entail. You see, when you set up a policy, then you must also set up rules. And then you also have to put punishment for anybody that does not follow that. It's only in Nigeria that people can only just refuse to do whatever the president have said, a presidential order, even an executive bill or an executive order. Remember that we shouldn't go too far. Remember the removal of tariff on household item and cultural household item. Up to this moment, I have not seen the light of the day. That's why the president making their pronouncement, because sanctions are not being made out to people that go against it. So for me, for this to work, especially the one that we know we have the capability to do, it's all about procurement. Like you said, it's not something that's hidden in secrecy. Then the government should be able to come heavily on whoever approve something that can be produced here and trying to get it international. My dear, if you look at this country, it's just about training, even training of staffs. Recently, we had NNPC sending their staff to London, United Kingdom for training, which could easily be done here by any Nigerian firm. I think when you look at those parastatals and the ministry, what the government will really focus about, all those international courses and training that they used to do, that can be done here, and that will end up a lot of create more job for those Nigerians that are in that sector, and also help keep our depleting foreign reserves.
Now, do you think prioritizing local products in government procurement could stimulate real industrial growth, or do you think it might cause unintended challenges like higher costs or even inflation rising?
Initially, you have higher costs. That is basic. Even in see what is happening in the US also, despite the Donald Trump policy, you see that you still have higher costs, which is normal. Because again, when the policy comes in, people will be finding ways to go against that policy to make sure it doesn't work. Definitely you see higher costs. Inflation, definitely you will see margin of inflation, but it cannot be worse from where we are starting from. So definitely I think this policy can actually be able to stimulate, especially in the manufacturing and agricultural sector and even the technological space like I have said. But there must be a deliberate action to see how government can contribute its quota to this growth, not just making those pronouncements. So I totally think it's going to help, but again, we should back it up with actions and with support, especially financial support for some of these smaller business to be able to grow.
But what would you say are the most significant hurdles to implementing this policy, especially in terms of quality assurance, infrastructure gap, or workforce skills?
We take out the infrastructure, like I said, one of the hindrances would be that you are a member of the World Trade Organization. You've signed a treaty to run a free economic, a capitalist economics, an economy that is free for everybody to import, to bring in whatever they want to bring in, as long as they meet a certain condition. So you can't say, oh, you will not do that for them again because for me, I think that's where my challenge is coming from. So those are the challenges that you get. Remember, we have been challenging with the United Kingdom. I'm not the United States of America because of some of the goods that we banned that we banned from coming in there, and that's why Nigeria was among those countries that its goods are going through tariff now. And so you need to look at it. You are a partner. You are a signatory to the World Trade Agreement, so you cannot just hold it and say, "Oh, this product are not coming to your country because you can produce it locally." People will say, "Oh, China did it," but you need to remember at the time what year China did it, and that is one. And secondly, before China did those things, what they did was to build massive infrastructure. That is not happening yet. If we have built massive infrastructure, we said, okay, we have all the means. Look at power. We have enough power. Our road networks are good. We've been able to provide securities. Then you can begin to say, you know what, we can locally produce this. We can even begin to locally manufacture our own cars and everything. But all this things involve a lot of infrastructure, like you rightly pointed out. But I think the key disadvantage to this policy as it stands, as I'm looking at it, is that treaty that you signed with World Trade Organization, which makes it a free market.
Well, one of the things the policy stipulates is that it mandates changes to procurement processes and also centralizes oversight under the Bureau of Public Procurement. Now, how effective do you think this could be in curbing corruption and also driving results?
It will be driven by the oversight. Who is in charge? Oversight function, like you rightly pointed out, must be top notch, especially from the legislative side, from the government side. But again, the challenge we always have in Nigeria is that we build strong, but we don't build strong institutions. For you to get better result when it comes to oversight, it has to be a very strong institution that is likely to by the test of that, handling that aspect of it. Because you have to put a clear-cut policy, clear-cut procedures on how this will be implemented so that you don't give room for a lot of corrupt tendency or enough of nepotism also because you know the person even if it's not qualified. And so that for me is the main challenge in terms of monitoring and in making sure that everything is done well and rightly so. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, like I said, we have strong men. But if we have a strong man that is there, we make sure it works. But we need to move from that strong man and build a very strong institution.
Now, how do you think this might affect Nigeria's global trade relationship, especially with countries where we heavily import from?
Now, I think it's going to affect our trade relationship with a lot of countries. But again, the president said it's what we can produce locally. And definitely that means you are talking about procurement. And in terms of procurement, that means everybody will have to bid. And when you are not saying that they cannot bid, but what is going to happen that you are saying that both countries, you have a local industry that can do it better for you for cheaper rate. So you will not just close your borders that, oh, no other product that is going to come in. I don't think that's what the president means. Like I said, we are a member of the World Trade Organization. I think what he's saying is that we'll make sure that the local industry will have more advantage than the foreign industry, especially in areas that we think we can do it locally. That's basically what he said. If that is the case, it's not going to affect our relationship with the foreign companies, because we know that there are some products that we also need that we want to import. We will not just close that border. So it's all about protecting your local economy. But again, in protecting your local economy, you must know that the larger economy can also operate. And in Nigeria, whereby we depend so much on foreign exchange, and we know that that is that determine what inflation is in Nigeria. We have to be careful because we need to attract a lot of foreign direct investors and foreign portfolio investors. And that is the reason why the president said he has been traveling when he came to power to attract investors into Nigeria. So we can't be saying we want to attract investors in one hand. We can't be saying we are shutting our doors from them coming in the other hands.
Well, just before I let you go, Mr. Mohammed, what steps do you think the Nigerian government must take to ensure that this policy leads to long-term economic transformation rather than just being a temporary patriotic gesture?
Yeah, like I said, the government should also think of supporting those local industry that they think will meet the needs of Nigeria, either in terms of policy pronouncement like what the president has made now, and also in the area of funding, especially when it comes to expansion. Because the challenge has been that most of Nigerian businesses want to really expand, but the exchange rate, the exchange rate is there, is one way, and then a hawkish nature of the Central Bank of Nigeria in terms of getting funding for some of these businesses, a big challenge. So two area Nigerian businesses really need support. They need government support in the area of policy to drive the growth in that sector. And then secondly, they also need that monetary support from either the government standing in as guarantor, giving them a single digit loan to be able to grow the sector that they are servicing in Nigeria rather than depending on foreigners.
Well, economist Mukhtar Mohammed, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program as always. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in God Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in God Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gore Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gore Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gore Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows very, 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 in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also, he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap.
And even some churches, when collected an offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize